And I'm live. That is cool. Today is 10th of August 2025, Sunday. Yep, that is today's Sunday. And today I will be doing 1300 level questions. And let's begin. 3 men. Yep, everything seems cool. Pmux. Initialize Pmux again. TCP. I will have to create a new folder for 1300. There are some updates in Vim, and that is cool. CB31, yep, 1300. Okay, and also a stopwatch, and I am going to put this thing up, this thing, while I'm solving the question, so that I will not be interacting. Problem solving mode right now. Problem solving mode right now, and we'll interact just after this. Maybe I should add one more full stop. Yep, like that. And let's go. Things seem fine, cool. Polycarp has two favorite integers, x and y. They can be x and y. Array A of length n. Polycarp is a favorite of energy ij. Beautiful. If x I is divisible by this, and the difference is divisible by y. Okay, the difference is divisible by y, and this. Okay, for example, this I could find the number of beautiful pairs in the given array. Okay, I can find all of these numbers. That would be easy. And difference. What is the size? Size is normal, cannot go any square. Number of beautiful pairs. X and difference. This is easy. And X and Y, which can be equal also. Their difference has to be this. Okay, this thing is easy. I did the same question yesterday, but this thing, the difference is divisible by y. Okay. And it's on. Intersection. Build. Shit. Shit. Okay, now I guess I can stop. 30 minutes. I have been unable to do it. To the written target on what? Code forces? Yep, on code forces. That is what I want. And I can remove this thing. In this question, I do get the idea for two numbers to have them divisible by x. The sum of their modulus by x should be equal to x. And for their difference to be divisible by y, the difference of for their difference to be divisible by y, their modulus with y has to be equal to has to be same. And yep, that is it. But I have been unable to apply this thing. I have the idea, but I have been unable to apply. And yeah, just there's something with applying. I have been unable to apply. Hamza, hello, hi, and I see that you are online on Discord quite a lot. And I am wondering what is wrong with this implementation. Of course, there has to be something wrong, but what is it? And I have one less light on today. Let me fix that. Much better now. Are you using Code Forces 1300 rating or TLE 1300? Hello, what do you mean? Uh, I'm using TLE 1300. Okay, and the only problem is in implementation. And how can I implement something like this? I have an array of numbers, and I have quite a few numbers, and like A0 dash dash dash, and I have two numbers, X and Y, and I want to find modulus of these numbers with X and with Y, and I want to count the number of pairs whose modulus with X, if I add their mod, like AI mod X plus, yes, I know that is amazing writing, AI mod AJ mod X. If I add this should be equal to X. That is one condition. And second, their mod with Y has to be equal. And maybe it must be easier to group them like this and then sort them internally. Okay, that would actually make sense. Shit. So I mean, this implementation would be easier, in which first I can group them with this, and within that subgroup, I will be looking at how many of them have this condition true, whose sum is divisible by X. So first one is their modulus with X, and second, at second place in the pair, there it is their modulus with Y. So I would like to, I can just change this thing here. This becomes Y, this becomes X, and now they are being sorted in order of their modulus with respect to Y first, and then with their modulus with respect to X second. And initially, yes, L and R point to some elements, and answer is 0 initially, and then I need to go to the furthest shit. R does not matter. If R does not matter, and I equals 0, I less than rems dot I less than rems dot, or I less than n I plus plus, and okay, I have the current I, which will act as left int L equals I, and I need to find the current R. So int R equals also I, and while and I would like R to go out of the range. That would be nice. Yep. While R is lower than n, and R plus 1 is lower than n, because I want to like reach out and see there, is lower than n, and rems I dot first equals rems R dot first, and here if next one is available, then go there. If next one is available, then go there, and yes, go there, and then I'll go while L is lower than R, while L is lower than R. Oh, no, not that. Inside, I have to see how many of them add up to make a good thing. Yep. While L lower than R, I have this sub range and I just need to apply what I did in the previous thing. Okay. R is there, L is there, L is there at the start. I do not want to go past R. Why is this implementation hard? I did implement something very similar to this in a question yesterday, or maybe day before yesterday. While L is lower than R, a map would help a lot right here. Wait, maybe I can use a map. A map of pairs to integers, right? A map of pairs to integers, and then iterate through the values in the map and make it a hash map, an unordered map, instead of a vector of pairs. Their y value would be same, and I can take the minimum of their remainder with x, or yeah, this is the unordered map. It's called MP, and okay, pair integer, and MP bracket is create initialize pair. How do I create a pair? Make pair, or yep, make pair of y, of ai remainder y, and minimum of ai remainder. Okay, rem x equals ai remainder x, and minimum of rem x comma x minus rem x, and plus, and then now shit, no, this will not work. Okay, we can also sort question in code versus by rating. What's your rating? Yes, I can sort questions. My rating is 1300 right now, and yep, I am using Vim. Hello, let's start. I'm using Neovim with some plugins, of course. And my LSP is not working correctly because I see that there are 5 errors below, but I cannot see them. But now I do. Pair of integers. No, this will not work. I can make them equal and then count how many others there are. I need to take their minimum. Go through all those numbers and wait, shit, I can do vector of integers and go through them like that, and then given these integers, given two vectors, find something like that. Shit. Shit, I conceptually understand what I need to do in this one, but I just cannot do it. Okay, I have to be very clear about the implementation that I want to do. So I need from every number I need to find their modulus with x, and also for AI find their modulus with y, and then for every number I, and this is I and this is j, aj modulus this, for every number for which this is true, I want to find in this subgroup of numbers for which this is true, how many numbers have their AI modulus x plus aj modulus x equal to x. So I need to first find this range, and after that find a subrange in which this is true and add something like that to my. Wait, maybe I did do it correctly before. When I was doing that, in this I'm just incrementing answer, but instead maybe I should increment answer and find out n into n minus 1 divided by 2, and yep, and c equals 0 and c plus plus, and answer plus equals c into c minus 1 divided by 2, and that doesn't work because there is that R. It has to be RR. And this might also not work, but it doesn't, because here at some places I have L and then LL at others. LL and let's see, still doesn't work. If I am incrementing the value, maybe maybe I'm not incrementing the values. Okay, wrong answer. So yeah, I guess I will have to check out the implementation. You can do CS50 if you want. And I will have to check out the implementation now. For D, the basic concept is clear that I need to find out numbers who have both of these conditions true. But D, okay, since this plus this modulo has to be 0, it follows that modulus of them equal to x, not equal to x. If I take modulus, if I add their modulus, then it has to be equal to x. Yeah, I can rewrite this into modulus AI, AI modulus with x plus AJ modulus with x equal to 0, equal to x, instead of modulus with x, because this number is lower than x and this number is lower than x, and for its modulus to be equal to 0, this number has to be equal to x. This cannot be equal to not even 2x, because both of them are lower than x, so their sum will be lower than 2x. So for their modulus to be equal to 0, their sum has to be equal to x, which implies that this plus this is x. Yeah, is x or 0. Is x or 0? Could it be 0? It could be 0 when both of them are 0. Therefore, for some j, this holds true if AI modulus with x equals x minus modulus makes sense. X minus modulus this. I don't have to do this part because this thing will be lower than x, or this might not be in case of 0. In case of 0, that is why I'm doing this. Okay, because if this thing is 0, I will get x, and modulus on this side would not be equal to x. At max it would be x minus 1, so this could be 0, and in that case I would also like this to be 0. That is why I'm taking modulus with x. Since AI minus AJ modulus equal to 0, yes, it follows that their modulus are equal. Yep. For some fixed AJ, all AI will fit the following criteria. We will iterate through J from left to right and count the number of elements with specific pairs, this using map on the prefix. Okay. I was able to reduce this much, but and also this much for I less than j, AI modulus x has to be equal to this thing, and yes, their modulus has to be equal, and for them their modulus, sum of their modulus has to be equal to x or equal to 0. But I do not know how to implement this. We will iterate through j from left to right for every I and maintain the count of elements with specific pairs, this using a map on the prefix. Using a map on the prefix, I do not understand shit. That is very small. Shit. This is Python. That is why it is small. Okay. Map of integer input dot split. Okay, you take in n, y, and x. And what is the meaning of map? Why are you using map here? And okay, then E equals a list of int x, convert x into integer, and for x in input dot split. Shit, this thing does not make sense. This is Python. C in dict, and for E in A, and A is the list that we created earlier. Okay, we took input into A, makes sense, and then we initialized a dictionary, and answer is initially equal to 0. And for every element in A, this is what we are doing, taking their modulus with x and with y, and answer plus equal count get what cnt dot get. Cnt is a dictionary. Okay, and then we are adding this thing into the dictionary. For x this and y this. So whenever I encounter a pair, I'm keeping track of stuff in dictionary, and I know what I would like to have on the other side, and I'm increasing the number of pairs. Why? With how many numbers I can pair this current number with. And for this thing, get for this. And why is it? What does this 0 mean? X minus x modulus x. Okay, x minus x modulus x. Okay, and we are looking for when numbers are y, their modulus with y has to be equal, and this thing x minus x modulus with x. Yes, makes sense. We are looking for all of those pairs, correct pairs. And what does this 0 mean? If the value is nothing, then I guess reply with 0, and then or initialize with 0, and then put into dictionary for this value plus 1, because I have received one more. Okay, I can implement this in C++. That would be nice. I won't even have to sort. Okay, and I have to get my head around this implementation. Okay, for everything like this, and also I would like to create a map of not integer but pairs xi and y, pi and integer values, and mp, and int rem x equals ai remainder with x, and int rem y equals ai remainder with y, and answer will be increased, and I can make this unordered map, and answer plus equals the opposite pairs that I would need for this, which would be mp bracket inside bracket. I need to provide a pair and an integer. I need to provide a pair, and shit, I will be making a lot of pairs. Make pair with, okay, the second value would be y always, rem y, and the first value that I need is x minus rem x minus rem x modulus with x. Add that to my answer, and then map for, we I don't have to pass in a pair itself. I can pass in something like this. This should also work, I guess. And then mp x minus no, rem x comma rem y plus plus, increase its value and see how that's. See, and amazing. That is very cool. The error was because of hash launch. A much better thing would be to use a fixed length array instead of yeah, a pair is fine. Pair is fine, and I would have to use make pair here. This and make pair. Okay, still error. Long. Yeah, how do you read error like that? Something wrong with how I'm accessing map. Map make pair d in installation of member function unordered long operator this required here. Inside map provide the key is this thing, pair, a pair of numbers. Also I should use this mp make pair. Maybe I can pass in a fixed length array. Now how to use pairs as keys in C++ map. Make pair, that is what I'm using. Insert into grade students, make pair string integer, and the answer would be integer. and dot count search key equals make pair of this and this. Okay, what if this thing does not exist on the other side? Or I could use multi-set unordered, but would it make sense to use unordered multi-set? Unordered multi-set and run this my and ms dot count ms dot insert. That is horrible. An installation of member function ms dot insert. Why does it not work? Make pair x and y pair of integers, or does make pair also take in template? No, just takes in stuff and it creates a pair. And I'm getting error here instead of here. Okay, because okay, ms dot insert ms dot insert into this multiset this pair, and it should be inserted dot int. And maybe at this point I should move on to the next question, but I do not really want to. I want to get this one right. Unordered map, and there is supposedly some error at some point apart from this one. Insert, yes, insert does not make sense for a map. There is no error. The LSP says that there is no error, but the LSP says that there is no error. This thing equals plus equals 1. Pass in by copy. Terminal emulator, I'm using Ghosty. You can also use Ghosty. Ghosty is pretty cool. Written by Michelle Hashimoto. Make pair. Okay. For current x and y, I am looking for how many numbers I have on the opposite end and add that to my answer. But this thing is giving me error. Why? How to add pairs? Make pair p string And how to create a pair? No, how to use pairs as keys. Dot insert make pair comma the value. Dot insert make pair comma the value, and the value for this should be 0 initially because there is nothing like this, and therefore let's try to do this. Make pair rem x rem y, insert this thing with what value. The value would be, I do not want to pass it, create another make pair, or maybe I can make pair rem x comma rem y plus 1. Not plus 1 to this, but plus 1 to its value that it currently is. So, and val equals ms. Shit, make pair ms this thing. There is still one more error, and ms dot insert, no matching function to call to insert. Insert this with this integer value. Dot count map dot insert these with this value, and dot count, that is if it exists then this, otherwise no. And also do dot count if ms, okay, pi target would be make pair of this whole thing and paste it here, and pi c current is make pair of rem x and rem y, and if ms dot count target, if the target does exist then answer will be increased by that much value, plus equals ms, just like this, pass in the search key. Makes sense, but I should get 0 if even if it doesn't exist, but anyways, see how many times the target exists, and then after do this ms dot insert current with, okay, if I'm seeing this current number for the first time, if ms dot count current, if not current, if I am seeing this for the first time, then I want its value, ms dot insert current 1, and there is already an error and I don't know why I cannot see it. Ms bracket current equals 1, that seems correct, else ms current equals +1. Okay, now I am going to ask ChatGPT what is specifically wrong with this code. And Alex, hello, how are you? TUX help you? TUX, TMUX, yes, he is using NeoVim and TMUX. No, I'm using NeoVim within TMUX. This thing, editor is NeoVim and this thing at the bottom, that is TMUX, which allows me to do all of this and all of this. There are different servers running on TMUX. Yeah, I'm using NeoVim with TMUX. I wrote some code to do some stuff. Mm, what is wrong or what is the most efficient way to pass in non-integer keys into a map. And wait. Here is the code. That makes sense. I'm using an ordered map with this, but an ordered map doesn't know how to hash a pair by default. That makes so much sense. So this won't even compile unless you have defined a custom hash function. If you did define one, it is still won't be most efficient approach for small fixed size integer keys. You are storing this and this as a key, which means more hashing overhead. Yes, makes sense. Overhead to integers, combine them and then hash them. More efficient way would be, since remx and remy both are bounded by x and y, we can encode them into a single integer key. Key would be long remx into y plus remy. Would this gives us a single integer key, but would this be unique for xy? Y is fixed, remx, and so two numbers having I'm adding remy, that makes sense, and the first number would be a multiple. The answer at the end would have a remainder of remy when taken with y, and would also have the modulus equal to modulus with remy. This gives you a single integer key for both and avoids, and the code can become like this long integer int, and target would change to something like this. Why is this faster? Long hashing is extremely fast. And okay, how do I know that when I combine these two numbers like this, two values won't collide? The rule for no collision in this is you are safe if remx is always in this, and yes, it is always, this is always true, so you use key equals this into this. Why it works, think of it like numbering cells in a 2D grid of x, y. Okay, for a given remx, multiply x shifts its block of numbers far enough so that rmy values in another remix block won't overlap. What does that mean? think of it like numbering two cells in a grid. Okay, this makes the number greater than y, and no rem_y value would be able to reach it except if they have the same rem_x. That makes sense. That makes sense. So unordered map. Yes. So the problem here was that unordered map does not know how to hash a pair, and that was the problem. It didn't know how to hash a pair. Now answer plus equals map and current would be equal to rem_x into y plus rem_y, and target equals rem_x is not the rem_x that I want. What I want is x minus rem_x modulus x, that whole thing multiplied by y and plus rem_y, and answer plus equals map of target, and this is equal to, and map of current plus plus. See, and it does run. Answer is wrong, by the way, because of this. That is cool. Correct answer. Answer correct. AC in green. Shit. How long did I start it to stream? It's 1 hour and 20 minutes, and it took me 1 hour and 20 minutes to do one question. That is cool. Very cool. And this was my first 1300 level question. And the main thing was in implementation. I didn't know how to implement it. Yep, that is cool. Implementation. So what can I learn from this one? I would like to uh, that is horrible. Time limit exceeded. So time limit exceeded. So this is not what I can do, it seems like. Why did the time limit exceeded? I took in the answer. So this much is as fast as it can be, but all of this seems like this is taking too long. Finding remainder, and what exactly was in that thing, in this one. Browser is being checked, and okay, I got correct answer for all of these, but here time limit exceeded because x and y are very big, and if x and y are equal, if x and y are ever equal, then what would the thing be? What would the answer be? If x and y are equal, okay, if x and y are equal, can I find if x and y are equal to 2, then 1 1, and their difference would be 0, and okay, also depends on their difference. Their difference should be equal, the remainder should be equal. So either their remainder. So this would only work if x and y are equal, then the only numbers that would pair up would be there could only be two kind of numbers, and numbers whose remainder with x or y, because they are equal, is 0, those numbers, and numbers whose remainder with x or y is equal to half of x and y. Yep. So do I make some edge case for that? But this thing seems to be slow. Can I not make this faster? Nope. Current is integer, and this is an unordered map of integers and integers. So this should have worked, but it is not working. Shit. Okay. I can like skip this question for now and come back to it later. I can add this to my list. Save to list. Review. Yep. Now I have two questions in my review list. Okay, and I can move on to the next question because this one has taken me about 1 hour and 25 minutes, which is a lot of time. Important math concepts to learn. Maybe I guess you will discover them as you go. There is MEX of some array, and there is stuff about modulus. There is number theory, graph theory, which are like I do not know anything about these. I myself have to read about these things. And now I will be doing another question. Not that I did the first one, but anyways, I will be doing this one, and I can put this up. I will be in problem solving mode for the next, it max 30 minutes, and then I will start speaking again. Let's go. Few queries. Okay, this is my array. There will be 5 queries, 7 queries, and if answer does not exist, then output minus minus, minus 1 minus 1. Okay, this is easy. Yep, but I have to find the index. That is the thing. Okay, I can figure out if a different number exists or not, but how do I find out the index of that different number? That makes sense. Or I can keep a map of all the numbers that are different and then just look at them less than or equal to, less than or equal to. So it is inclusive. keep track. Okay. And then the area and then queries. Yeah. Let's see. Wrong answer is fine. And also new line. Shit. After every yeah. One. A new line. Okay. I'm not giving out new line here. 2 and 6 in the first one. It was 1 and 5, so 2 and 6 does not make sense because L and R are right indexed, so L minus minus and R minus minus are one indexed. Right, then look for something upper than this, and what if they are equal? Makes sense. What if they are equal later, because this is not sorted? Makes sense. Mhm. Therefore, so this is cool. Upper limit not equal to the last one. L would be there. Upper limit makes sense. So I'll be looking for upper limit. Uh, Upper limit. And if that upper limit, if it does not equal to end, and that is less than equal to R, less than equal to R makes sense. And if it is less than equal to R, then instead of R, I can go to end. It does say wrong answer, but that does not matter. Okay, 1, 3, that is very cool. And here I say 1, 3 when it was this and this. I said 1, 1, which is this, and 3. So yeah, that seems correct. And will this work after taking the iterator upper bound? I'm going and seeing, is this not equal to end? Not equal to end, and if it is not, then this. And yeah, one more. Yeah, if I didn't find anything different, then also this. And is this correct? Will this be correct? Yep, yep, that is cool, and it should work. Let's see, let's see. Important math concepts, and yep, that is cool. And 13 minutes. That is very cool. 13 minutes. 13 minutes is very cool. Very, very cool. Like, even the fact that I was able to do this is very cool. And 13 minutes is very cool. Shit. 13 minutes. And what did I do in this question? In this question, I am initially given an array of numbers, and then I will be given a certain amount of queries, and in every query I am given two numbers, and with those numbers I have to give index of two numbers. This query specifies the range. So query of 1 5 means the first element, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the fifth element. So for this query, our range is this much, and the first and the fifth element are also included. And within this range, yep, within this range, I have to output index of two numbers which are not equal. Just that, index of two numbers which are not equal. And within this, there are ones and there are two. So I can return the index of any one and this single two. And then when my query is 1 and 2, which is this range, in this range, there are no two distinct elements. So I have to output -1, -1, like this, which I do, -1, -1. And then in this one, the range is this much. So I can output 1, and which is the index of this first number, and 3, which is the index of this 2. And these two are different within this specified range. And that is what I had to do. So what I did is, when I was taking the array, I took the first element, this, and then I started taking this element. And whenever I see that this new element is not equal to the last element, I insert that index into an array like this. This array is called diff, and initially it has only one value, which is 0. And why 0? Because the first element has index 0, 0 indexed, and it is not equal to any other element that has been before. That is why. And then I take every number and I check it with last. Is the current number not equal to the last number? And if it is not, then I push back that current index into my diff, and I make my last number equal to the current number. And then I take in queue the number of queries, and R. Yes, I initialize R because of this. Then I take in the left and right ranges. Since ranges in the question are given in index 1, I convert them into index 0, and then I take upper bound, and diff is sorted because I am always pushing back I into it, and I starts at 1 and is always increasing. So diff is already sorted, and in that I am finding the upper bound from the beginning to the end with value L. And what does the upper bound function does? Upper bound function takes in two iterators from this smallest element, iterator to the smallest element and to the last element, and takes in a target value. And this upper bound function will iterate through this using a binary search method and give me the smallest value, the iterator to the smallest value whose value is greater than the target value. So given this, if I do find something, a number whose index is greater than L, that means, and that is what I'm checking here. If iterator is not equal to the end, that is, I did find an iterator to this upper bound that I was looking for. And then I see this iterator, is this within the right range? And if it is, then output L plus 1 and iterator plus 1, because I have to output n plus 1. I have to output n one indexed and not zero indexed array, and that is what I do, and this works. That is cool. That is actually cool. And shit, do I? Yeah, I still have this on. Do your college friend know you are doing live? Yep, I think they do. Yep, and like I know they do. I'm a beginner. I have started DSA. Please give me basic tips. How should I proceed? And for DSA, I would say this is what I am doing currently. Neat code. You can also go to this thing. I have done this many questions here and one question here in 2 pointers, and I want to complete this whole thing. And yeah, so you can go to Neat Code website and do this. Energy. What do you mean by energy? And today is also a contest which is going to be amazing. Laptop has full battery, if that is what you meant by energy. And yeah, now I will begin doing the second question. Question number 3 in this case, because I was unable to do question number 1, which is terrible. I will do this one, and I will start the stopwatch and put this thing on and go into question solving mode. And go. Gas and glasses and yeah. Makes sense. This should be very easy. Yes and no. I don't even have to output the range. Shit, this is not easy. 2 pointers. Mm. Okay, I guess. Okay. Okay. Seems like I got it. May be unavailable from tomorrow due to technical maintenance. Okay. And time limit exceeded. Shit, that is the error I would have to follow. I would have to fix. And if someone is starting to say, yo, hello, you can do this thing. Need code roadmap, which I sent there. That is cool. You need to write function what checks divisible on 11. I just wanted to know if you had an extra framework for building pattern recognition skills and grouping problems besides just doing a lot of problems. No, I'm not. If you wanted to know if you had an extra framework for building pattern recognition skills for AI or for me, I guess for me, brother, any tutorial or resources to set up NewM? Yes, there is this guy. Wait, I can stop my timer for right now. There's this guy. Uh, understanding NewM. Yep, shit. Understanding him and understanding NewM and yes, this guy. You can go and watch this playlist. This is amazing. Like this is the thing from which I understood how things work in NeoVim, and I had to watch this like 3 times, and then I understood what happens in NeoVim. Connecting code forces with terminal, that is just witchcraft tree. I use assistant nvim, this plugin. You just add this into your NeoVim and you add this code, this extension, competitive companion extension in your browser, and it just works somehow, which is crazy. Yep, you're welcome. And for building pattern, yeah, I just practice. That is what I do. Solving problems is what I do. And time begins. Time limit exceeded. So I get this thing and time limit exceeded. I guess it is because of this. And instead of count, I'm using unordered map. Unordered map instead of, if not C or count and break. I start find, wait, find doesn't work. If s dot find isn't equal to s dot end. This should also work and should, I guess, be faster. What is the fastest lookup in a set in C++? Yes, I am using unordered set. Yep, unordered set and lookup complexity. What is, nah, I guess this would be faster using find instead of count. Yep. Or not. Okay, so I get the concept. And just the implementation. So I would like to look at the solution, how they are implementing. This was cool. This was cool, figuring this out. So what I am doing is I'm starting a counter which starts at 0, and alternatively I'm adding and subtracting number, then adding, then subtracting, then I add a number, and then I subtract a number. And the idea is that if there is a subsequence which follows this result, that is something like this, where you take the sum of every alternative number and then take the sum of every remaining number, then those two sum have to be equal. Here 1 plus 2 equals 3, and in this one we have 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 2 equals 11 plus 1 plus 1, which is 12. And yep, 11 plus 1 plus 1 is 13, and 2 plus 5 7 plus 4 11 plus 2 13. So they have to be 13. And if you have a subsequence like this, then if you do this alternative adding and subtracting thing on this correct subsequence, then it would result in 0, because at the end you have added 13 and also subtracted 13. So that should be cool. So here if you do plus 2, then minus 11, that is 9, plus that minus 11, that is minus 9, then plus 4, that is minus 5, then minus 1, that is minus 6, then plus 5, that is minus 1. Now minus 1, that is minus 2, and minus 2 plus 2, that is 0. So it should result in 0. And what I'm doing is I am iterating from the start and keeping that current counter by adding, then subtracting, adding, subtracting, and I'm adding all those current values into the set and into my set. And if I see that at any point if the current value is 0, then I output yes, I have found my subsequence. But if not, or either the current value is 0, or I find that I have already at some point added this current value to my set. And why would this work? Because that would mean at some point when I added any one of these elements, before adding any one of these elements, my sum, current sum, running sum till that point was the same that I got right now, which means that the sum of this whole thing is 0, because it had no effect in everything, in whatever this thing was. So that is cool, and that is what I'm looking for, but it is taking too long. Time limit exceeded error. Let's see. E. Shit, this must be div 4. It was div 4. E. Previous. Let's write the given equation. This as this. Yes, that is what I said. 0. It should be 0. From here, it is clear that we need to find if there is any subarray with alternating sum equal to 0. How to check this? Let's flip all elements on even indices to this, then alternating sum of this are the same as this as subarray sum. So we need to just check if there is any subarray with sum 0. This is a standard problem. We prefix sum of two prefix sum are equal. So we just need to check if there is a subarray with sum 0. Okay, there is a subarray with sum 0. This is a standard problem with prefix sums. If two prefix but our array doesn't have to start with 0 from the first element. How to check this? Yes, for some subsequence. This is a standard problem with prefix sums. If two prefix sums are equal, then the subarray between them has sum equal to 0. That is true. Otherwise, no subarray has sum 0. so I will output 0. The time complexity is n, or this depending on how you check. If two elements of an array are equal, yes, that is what I'm using hash tables. That is set. Okay, and this person takes in n, then takes in the vector, and a map is created, a sorted map, and ls initial sum equals 0, and m map 0 equals 1. Okay, and for int I equals 0, I less than, you are iterating through the whole thing, and what is s add s add the current element, and the current element equals, if yeah, it becomes positive or negative depending on its index, and that is, if it is even, then the number becomes negative. If this is even, then the number becomes positive, and if it is odd, then the number becomes negative. And then you add it to your current running sum, and if you have already seen it, then output yes. Otherwise this, and increase in the map. Why is this, why would this be faster than this thing? Why would this be faster than set lookup? Shit, this is some technical thing. Why would this be faster? I have to go to ChatGPT and look it up. Yo, that is cool. I am amazing. What a shit. How are you? And I can remove that watermark. Yeah. I am amazing. How are you, Mr. Water? I have an I am iterating through an array and doing some changes to its elements, which are integers, and then adding them to another array. And I want to see if the new number that I am adding has already been added in the new array or not. And this I am using a set of the new numbers to figure that out, but this is slow even though I am using an unordered set which uses hash maps. Let's see how to optimize that. How's ChatGPT 5 so far? Is it good? Like, I do not think I have the skills to see, to notice the change, if there is any change. But what I have heard from other people is that this one is better than the ones which have been till now. So yeah, that is cool. I see what's happening. Your code is logically fine, but you are complaining about its speed. Despite using an ordered set, yes, I want to make this faster. Hashing overhead. An ordered set is still relatively heavy compared to flat array lookup. But my array could be very big for small number integer ranges. My my range could be negative or positive. Yep, and my numbers are always not positive, so that would not make any sense in this. And allocate churn. Every insert into an unordered set can use heap allocation bucket. Grow dynamically. Poor hash performance. is fine for integers, but when inputs are like this, okay. Potential optimizations. If C is bounded, you know min-max. Nope, I do not know the min-max. C is unbounded, and but you still need speed. I could use Robin Hood. No, I would not like to use Robin Hood. Pre-allocation. Okay. I saw someone use a binary tree normal map of int to int to store the presence of new values created, and that is supposedly faster than my hash map set. How? Yep. But in practice, for competitive programming inputs, there are several reasons why tree might actually beat your hash based set. Y. An ordered set in C++ has terrible constant factors. Okay, the standard template library set is not some super optimized hash table. It is a general purpose bucket based dynamic resizing structure. Every insert involves computing a hash, finding the right bucket, traversing a linked list chain inside that bucket for collisions, allocating nodes on the heap. That is horrible. Okay. Per element. So whenever I'm adding an element, I'm allocating a new node on the heap, which is horrible. So which means that in my hash table, in my hash array, I am storing nodes, pointers to nodes. Okay. Each step is fast individually, but the constant factor is high. Collision tags in competitive programming. If there is a collision, then I would have to move everything away. An ordered set can degrade to on per operation if your values collide in the hash function. Yeah, okay. Memory allocation kills your hash table speed. Unordered set spreads element all over the heap. Poor cache locality. Standard set also uses heap allocation per node when written. But when the dataset is small to medium size, branch predictable tree traversal can be faster than caching long bucket. Branch predictable tree traversal. Shit. I didn't knew that they are using I knew that they were using hash set under the hood in sets, hash map under the hood in sets, but they are allocating memory for every element that I'm adding, and they traverse through a linked list if there is some collision. So that is terrible. And if someone knows this thing, they can create or hack. They can hack and create a specific input which will exploit this particular thing, this thing, and this thing. More or less, this thing is the bottleneck. I feel like not even this is also a bottleneck, but you have to do this, I guess, anyway. But this thing is an even more bottleneck, even bigger bottleneck. Memory allocation kills your hash table speed. Rehearsing an ordered set will periodically reallocate and rehash all elements when the load factor is exceeded. That is horrible. So they deallocate and reallocate every time when a linked list grows, has a size more than 10 or 10 or whatever this thing is. Better CPU branch prediction, DLL can beat this. Okay, so if I were, my Vim is gone. How to get better at DSA? Solve a lot of questions. Is that new? Yep, that is a new chair. So did you cover all questions of CP31? till now I have done most of the questions, but I'm seeing I have done till now 147 questions, and there are few questions remaining in this at 1000 level and at 1100 and at 1200, and currently I am here at 1300. So my ghosty is gone, now it is back. Cool. So binary thing could be faster. Let's see. If I use a binary tree to store this, and today is a contest which is going to be cool. I want to get to 1400 in today's contest, which would be actually cool. Accepted. Shit, it was actually faster. Shit, it was actually faster. So I want to know why it was exactly faster. So I now understand. So, and this is the best thing that I like about ChatGPT, that now I have an idea and I can tell ChatGPT about what I think, and ChatGPT will give me a personalized response for my idea. So when I add some element to the unordered set, a new node is located on the heap and if and in case of a collision, a linked list is going to be traversed to put that new node in, and if the size of that linked list grows greater than some constant number, then the whole thing would have to move, which involves deallocating and reallocating all those nodes and finding new hashes for finding new hashes for them, and then putting all of them in, which is horrible, and then putting all of them in. Instead, if I were to use a binary tree set, then I think it could be actually faster in it could be actually it and log n. It could be n square log n. It could be actually faster in inserting and lookups if I have a lot of numbers, since the constant time for an unordered set is really high. And also tell me how are new elements added to a binary tree to a set using a tree. And this is the best thing about ChatGPT, that when you have an idea, you can specify what you are thinking and everything that you are thinking, and ChatGPT will give you a personalized response. So basically, you have nailed the main points of an ordered set. So which means what idea I have about an ordered set is correct. That is, whenever I add a new element, a new node is allocated on the heap, which takes time. And second, in case of a collision, a linked list would have to be traversed, which also takes a lot of time. And if the size of that linked list grows greater than some constant number, well, I do not know what that constant number might be, but if this thing does happen, then the whole thing would have to be deallocated. Every single node that you have added in the set would have to be deallocated, and a new node for every single node would have to be allocated, and you would have to calculate the hash function for the whole thing, and then after calculating, you would have to add all of those new nodes into your set, which is horrible, which would again involve linked list in case of collisions. The O1 of hash set has huge constant factors. Okay, so that is important information and we should remember that. Or else give the list of your profile. Can you open your CF's profile? It is like this thing. You Jatin Raghav. Yeah, just my name with a underscore. You can look that up if you want. And I am learning, like the only little things that I do know about DSA is from college or from taking CS50. CS50 is an amazing course which you can check out. It is amazing. And now for this, yep, constant factors are huge for unordered set. And since my DSC is not good, that is why I have to see elements, how are new elements added to a tree, because I do not know how are new elements added to a tree. And node allocation for every element unless you use a flat heap. Shit, heap is not flat, that is why it has nodes. And this is specific thing that there is a hash map, and in case of collisions, there are linked list at the end of hash maps is in one of the lectures in CS50 about CS50 uh, algorithms. Yep, this thing is here in CS50 algorithms. So yeah, that is, you can go check this out. This thing is amazing. CS50 by Harvard, and everything is free on YouTube, which is cool. And collision by linked list, and rehashing. Rehashing whenever threshold is passed. As you said, each rehash is an O of n operation where every element is rehashed and reinserted into a bigger table. If you hit multiple rehashes while inserting a lot of elements, you are certainly looking at nasty real world slowdowns, which is horrible. Why a tree can actually win here. Set is usually implemented as a red black tree. Okay, one of my friends told me that a red black tree is complicated. Yeah, we will see how complicated it is. Balanced binary search tree. Okay, insert is log n. It is log n, not log. Okay, so if insert is log n and I am at max, let's say adding all of the elements, then the whole time would be n log n, and n log n is cool. N log n is very cool actually. Lookup is also log n and no rehashes performance, and no hash computation cost, only comparisons. Immune to adversarial collisions. So even though log n grows faster than O of 1, this one is very big. For moderate n, the simpler, more predictable operations of the tree can beat the messy hash table. Makes sense how new elements are added. This is going to be it. Red black tree insertion steps. Search for the position. Start at the root, compare the new value to the current node. If smaller, Okay, like go left or right. Repeat until you hit a null pointer. That is where the new node should go. That is cool. Insert the new node, allocate a new node on the tree, on the heap, and set its parent pointer. Link it as left or right child depending on how big or small it is. Rebalance the tree. Rebalance the tree to maintain red black properties, whatever they are. What are they? No two consecutive red nodes. Okay, since I do not know what red black tree is, so what does red node mean? And same number of black nodes from root to every leaf. Rebalancing. Okay, so you add stuff that I understand, and then you somehow rebalance the tree, making sure that properties that define a red black tree are still in place. So that is cool. That is why this thing worked when I used a red black implemented set, but I got a time limit exceeded error when I used a hash table. So hash table can be messy. That is cool. Makes sense. And I can say it took me 23 minutes because I was able to do it. Only time limit exceeded error made my solution wrong. Yo. And you, I am new into this. Spark code is hello. Competitive thinking. Can you give me a brief overview? Because I keep seeing things like rated this and like those chess ratings. Yep. And just solving a few here. How were you able to become a pupil just by solving a few questions? Um, I think I should have by now become a specialist. I lost a lot of rating and that shouldn't have happened. Like in the last competition, I lost 10 rating points, and before that, I lost about 73 rating points, which is horrible. And in this, you like, okay, let me give you an overview of competitive programming. There are contests like today, there is a contest number 1042. These are just named from 1 to the current one. And in every contest, wait a minute, you go to the contest and you can register by clicking on contest name, and here would be a registration button if you had not registered, but I have, so there is no registration button. And when the contest starts, you would see a bunch of questions like this. You would see a bunch of questions. A is the easiest and they increase in difficulty from top to bottom, from E to H or whatever letter is there below. And then you click on a question, you see the question, and just do the same thing that I have been doing in this stream. You read the question, solve it, and then submit it. And if it is accepted, that is cool. So that is the thing. And at the end of the contest, and also during the contest, you gain or lose rating. And how is that determined? The rating is like chess elo, and in chess you have two players, and depending on who wins and what their original ratings were, they might lose or gain some elo. But instead of two players, we have a lot of players. Everyone who registers, thousands of people register, and they gain points. And in some contests, points is the thing that matters, and in some contests, the time that it took you to do these questions matters. So here, every question, the easiest one has 500 points, then 1000, and these are the points that you would get if you could do them like immediately. And in this one, this person, okay, you lose points. I do not understand exactly how, but as it takes you longer, you lose points, right? So you should have gotten 500, but this guy got 490, and from out of 1000, this in this he got 932, and that is how you get points due to some factor. And at the end of the contest, depending on what you did, your points, you lose or you gain rating. And that is what whole competitive programming thing is. And now I would like to do one more question. Divide and equalize. And while I'm doing that, but before that, yes, I've done two questions till now, and in this one, uh, the thing was easy. Yeah, I was able to figure out the main idea in, I guess, 15 minutes, and then 5 to 6 minutes for implementation. And then I messed up because of the constant factors of an unordered set. So this one was cool. And then in this one, finding the different ones. This one was easy. This one was easy. I guess I did this. This one was actually easy. Just figuring out the main idea, how to implement it was the thing. So this one was cool. And yes, I would also like to see tags for these questions. For different ones, it is supposedly binary search, which it is. Brute force, yes. DP, okay. Greedy, 2 pointers. Am I using 2 pointers? I am not using 2 pointers, but yeah, okay. I did this, and now I would like to do one more, at least one more. Divide and equalize. Thanks for the overview. You're welcome. But I guess you already knew about this, like specifically you, ethics. And I can put this thing up because I will be solving a question, problem solving mode. And okay. You're given an array, a consider input. Yes or no? Okay, this should be cool. I am saying yes for everything somehow. This is correct, but that is not right because I'm doing L multiply by C and it is going to become very, very big very soon. If I just get two numbers, which are 10 to the power 6, I would get 10 to the power 12. And if I get 3, I would get 10 to the power big number 10 to the power 18, which is already at my limit, so I cannot do this. I can go n square, that is the freedom that I have, but because n is at max 10 power 4, n square would be 10 power 8, which is within the limit. Do I actually have to do this, which I do not want to do, uh, which would be a map of integer and integers, and whenever I see a number, I have to prime factorize that number. How do I prime factorize a number? Not find all of its factors, but prime factorize that. start from 2 and keep going up till its initial under root, and of course, whenever I see a number which divides it, keep dividing it and there, and then move up. Well, actually, this could be it because this is 10 power 6, and at max, I would like to go till its under root. It should be about 10 power 3. So this could actually work. Limit equals square root of c, and for int j, x equals, we will start from 2 till x less than or equal to sqrt, and x plus, and what the heck, just what does sqrt mean? Lim, that is the limit. And yo, same bro, why you deleted? I, I am not deleting anything. Nothing wants to keep chat clean. This, and while I'm getting no remainder, y c remainder x, no remainder with x, I can do mp x plus plus. While no remainder with x, mpx plus plus. That makes sense, does it? Yes, it does. And then increase x by 1, keep increasing x by 1, and only for primes. Yes. And at some point, also, if this is the thing, then x divided by equal to c. Yeah. After taking all the input at the end. Auto x in my map. If for every, I just have to see the second value. If x dot s does not mean anything, x dot second remainder with n, if there is a remainder with n, then it is messed up, and I can do p equals false and take, and then again see out p if possible, then yes, otherwise no. I hope this works, and it does not, it seems like. I said no here and here. It should have worked. Why in the first one I say no? Here the factors, the prime factors would be 2 power 2 and 5 square. So 2 square into 5 square. So that is cool. And I will go till 10. I will go till 10. That is also cool. So 2 has a value of 2 and 5 also has a value of 2. And then I see 2. Then 2's value becomes 2's values 2's value becomes 3. Then I see 50, and that also has a 2. So 2's value becomes 4, and 5's value becomes also 4 because it has 25. And then both of their values are 4. Now because of this, it becomes 5, and this should have worked. This should have worked. F as in like first, x dot first, and S as in like second, and x dot second, and then I'm apply. Why is it 4? Should have been 5. Should have been 5 because 10 and shit makes sense, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense, makes so much sense. Makes sense. Shit, so I cannot go till under root. I have to go till the. I can go till under root, but I would have to do the opposite thing here also. Yes, and after this, end OP opposite would be. No, I only want prime factors. 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 So limit would have to change from this to cy2, and also and c isn't equal to 1. If at any point I run out of everything, while c is not equal to 1, that makes sense. Okay. That does not work. Apparently, in the first one, let's see. It is 2, 4 again, still. Because I am stupid. Okay. And lim equals c value. And it is wrong because of, okay, c, it is still 4. Why is it not reading? What if it is 2? Makes sense, then it will not go. It will not go. Makes sense. 2 divided by 2 is 1, so and even for 3 I would like to go to the other side. What is the number itself is prime, makes sense. So while less than limit, and limit in this case would have to be c. At least I should get 5. Yes, cool, cool. Correct answer. And I'm only worried about its time complexity. 23 minutes. Time complexity. It might take quite a bit of time. The solution is correct. See, it is taking a lot of time in test 4. Time limit exceeded. And I will work on this in just a minute. And before that, I have to go to the washroom. I will be right back. And yeah, eat this. I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back. And yep, that is cool. And what do you mean, the Tower of Hanoi? I have not solved it. I I saw a very elegant solution for the Tower of Hanoi. It was by three blue and one brown, and he talked about using binary bits to solve Tower of Hanoi. Tower of Hanoi, three blue, one brown, three blue, one B. This thing, Tower of Hanoi, part one, part two, and the way that he presents is, I forgot, I would have to rewatch this thing, but it was pretty amazing. Yeah, he used binary things, and you would have to look it up. You would have to look it up. He's using binary numbers, and that is somehow helping him to solve the Tower of Hanoi in the most efficient way, which is cool, which is very cool. And yep, now this thing, time limit exceeded. So analysis time. In this, I'm taking in input. That is cool. But then inside that input, I'm doing this for this. This is very bad. This is very bad. I'm trying to find all the factors of a number. Yep. But if I get a very big number and that big number happens to be prime, and that is all I'm getting in everything, then it is going to be messed up. Then my this inner loop will keep on going till I reach that prime number starting from 1. It will keep on going till that number, and that is bad. Yesterday I was looking at something, and in that a guy said that if we do 3n plus 1, that for a lot of values the number we get is prime. For n equal to 1 we get 4, which is not prime. Shit. I guess it was minus 1. So for n equal to 1, we would get 2, which is prime. For n equal to 2, we would get 5, which is prime. And for n equal to 3, 3, 3, 9, 8. 8 is not prime. 8 is not prime. Let's go further. 12 minus 1, 11. 11 is prime. Then 15 minus 1, 14. 14 is not prime. I guess for every alternate number, and then after comes 18, and 17 is prime. 17 is prime, that is goal. Then comes 21, and 20 is not prime. But then 24, and 24 minus 1, 23 is prime. 23 is prime, that is cool. And then we can skip the next one and go to 30, and 30 minus 1 is also prime. So I guess we can replace this with 6 instead, and 6n minus this, so 12. That would skip 7 and 5, but and that would include 5, but that would skip 7 and also 2. But 7 was not included in the original series also, so that is fine. But here we have, then we would have 11 for n equals to 2, n 6, n minus 1, and for n equals to 3, 17, which is a prime. Then n equals 4, 24 minus 1, 23 is a prime. Then 30, 30 minus 1, 29, 29 is a prime. And then 36, 35 is not a prime. That is wrong. 35 is not a prime. Then 42, 41, 41 is 41 a prime? I guess it is. It is. Yes, it is. 41 is also a prime. 41 is also a prime. And there was also another formula which was like n square plus n plus 41. This should also result in a prime for all numbers from n. You can take n from 1 till 40, till 40. Yeah, till 40, because at 40 this becomes 1600 plus 41, and you can rewrite this number as 40 plus 40 into 40 plus 40 into 41, and you can group these, so you would get 40 into 41. This thing becomes 40 into 41 multiplied by, because you took these 40s from here common, and from the left side you got a 40 and from the right side you got a 1, so 40 plus 1 is 41. So this thing multiplied by 41, no, plus, it is plus, yep, plus 41. So at the end you can take that 41 common, and you would get 1 from this side plus 40 from this side. 41 into 41, that is 41 square, which is divisible by 41, so it is not a prime. And also for 41 you would, yeah, so yeah, that does not work. But that is not the problem. Problem is finding primes. So without looking at, I would like to do some research on this thing, how to find primes the fastest, or how to, to factorize a number in its primes fastest. Hmm, That is what I have. So time complexity is root n or log n, which school, which I am willing to have. Use sieve. Shit, I do not. Yes, shit, yes, sieve. That is what I also saw this somewhere else. Algorithms for CP, for C, not for CP. CP algorithms. Yeah, CP algorithms. And there was an article about prime numbers, algebra, prime numbers, sieve. Yes, this thing. Okay, so this is, I guess, what you have to read about. Sieve. I do not understand what sieve is, but that is what we do. We can use recursion as well, but I will check the solution you provided me. Yeah, like the one that I showed you from 3 blue and 1 brown, that is not what is commonly used, but that is just elegant. That one is beautiful. And sieve, this is something that we can use to find primes, small numbers. Use sieve of Eratosthenes to generate all primes. Uh, Lower than n root n, and wait, actually one more thing. No, my bad. N root n, computing primes plus trivial division. Okay, this is the method for sieve thingy, but I do not even know the theory for this. But anyways, let me try and see what this means. A boolean, I can create a boolean is prime for numbers. Initially everything is true, and this is something. Then a sieve, and it's prime 0 equal prime equals to 1. 0 and 1 are false. Okay, we are supposing that they are not prime. Then we go to 2. For int I, 2 equal to less than integer is prime dot size. Okay, which is this number plus ii, and for every number we are seeing is prime. If is prime, I, if the current number is prime, case. So we are going forward and I square. J starts at I square and I keep adding I. Why do I have to start at I square? Because every other number before that has been covered. That is, if I encounter a prime like 7, then it does makes other numbers non-prime like 14. Before it's a square, 7's square is 49, and yes, makes sense. So if I have a prime like 7, then 7's square is 49, and before 49, so 49 is a number that is made is being made is unprime, not prime, because of 7, and because of 7 there are other numbers before 49 that are not prime because of 7. For example, 14, 21, 28, 35, and 42. But the thing is that this number has been already made a not prime, and yes, my terminology is bad, has already been made a not prime. What is a not prime? Constant, consonant. What is a number called that is not prime? Composite. Okay. 14 is composite because of 7, but before 7 it already was composite because of 2, and in 21 this was because of 3. With 28 it was because of 4. With 35 it was because of 5, and with 42 it was composite because of 6. So 49 is the first number that is purely composite because of 7, and that is cool. That is why in this we are beginning our journey with I square, the prime number. And if I, if it is prime, because initially we are supposing that everything is prime and then we are making it. Okay, shit, this makes sense. This makes sense. And I would like to implement this one. And how does this help me? This helps me in finding primes. Factors. Shit, okay. The sieve function. The sieve function fills all of these numbers with primes and then vector integer factors for p in primes. For a given number n, for a given number n, I am iterating through the primes and okay, but why am I iterating through the primes like this? If it is true, then I try to divide what by what. If square of this prime is greater than n, then I can break. For example, if I'm trying to prime factorize some number like 42 and I get to a prime like 5, it is cool because 5 square is 25, which is less than 42, and if I get up to 7, if I square it, that is 49, which is higher than 42, then I would have to break. Then I'm breaking, and yes, since it is a composite number, then it is okay, and I would have, since it is a composite number and it is not it is lower than the first number that is being made a composite number by p, because its square is greater than n, therefore its square, therefore it must have been covered by some prime before this thing. And yes, I am doing an amazing job at explaining everything that is going through my head. That is pretty cool. And while n remainder p p primes dot pushback, that is cool. Primes dot pushback, that is cool. That is why this thing works, because I'm adding everything to prime. And factors, this is prime dot size lower than that thing, and this thing would take a constant time, and I can make a bitmap for this. This is some experimental stuff. Okay, let's do this. And I can create a boilerplate for this, so that I do not have to write this every time that I want all the primes in some given range. And in range is going to be 1e6, I guess. That was the highest value for a, I am pretty sure. Yep, 1e6. That is going to be the range, and then a vector of primes, integer, called primes, and a bit set, and also make this a constant integer, and a bit set of size. What is how do I initialize a bit set? By giving it a size, a range, and is prime camel notation. No, this is snake notation. I don't know. Initially, everything is true. Bit set of range, and everything is initially true, and then void. Why is it called sieve? It is called sieve because of the name of the guy who invented it, I guess. Sieve of Eratosthenes. Shit, ancient Greek. And actually, this method, I have myself thought about doing this at times, because this makes sense. Like, this makes sense when you're trying to find primes, but you have to know the range, how far you have to go. You are going with this, right? But here I do have the range, so I can, when I call this, is prime 0, 0 equals false, and is prime 1 also equals, which does not look good, and we can rewrite it as prime 1, yes, 1 both equals false. And then I will start iterating from 2, and whenever if it is a prime, okay, and I equals to I less than range I plus plus, and if is prime, then primes dot pushback. Wait, I'm not going to use LSP support. Okay, uh, primes dot pushback I. I would like to use X instead of I. And is prime X. Bit set range not makes sense. Shit. Yep. and is prime x. Push back x, and then I will start a for loop for int I equals x into x, while I lower than range and I plus equals x. Yep, keep adding x, and do is prime I equals false, and this should push primes into this thing, and I would like to experiment this, check if this works. See, and 14 pages, and after this I would like to do, first I would like to call the function sieve to fill my primes array, and then std cout primes. C dot slash out, and it is empty. Why is it empty? If is prime, then primes dot range, let's say 100. C primes. I should have seen all the primes between 1 and 100, but I don't. Is prime initially true? That is how you do it. Initially, everything is true. Size is range, and then I'm calling C, which is fulfilling all of these things. The first two are false, and then x equal to 2 if is prime x, and it should be equal to true. Initially everything is equal to true. If I do is prime 2 equals a type specifier is required for all declarations. This is not a declaration. I'm prime is prime equals true. How to initialize a bit set with given values. Initially I just want everything to be true. Have you done any projects not that I'm proud of? There are some projects in my GitHub answer. So I have knowledge of Python, C++, and various languages. Quite good, not very advanced, but not very good, but at a level where I can build things. Now I want to try this thing. Can you tell me how? Like how would I start in DSA, etc.? You can go solve. Okay. So what I am doing to get better at competitive programming is, first of all, I'm solving these things on a stream, which I'm doing right now. This sheet, I've done this many questions till now, 148, and side by side, I have started doing this thing because I do not have a structured knowledge about DSA. So I would like to get a structured knowledge about DSA. And when I'm solving these questions, my main goal is research. So that like when I like this thing, I do not know what tries even means. So when I will get to this point, I will look up what tries mean and everything about them. And when I'm solving these questions, which I have heard about for the first time, then my main goal would be to understand this topic and not get the question right. And when I'm solving these questions, my main goal is to get a simpler idea faster and like training, practice. My main goal with these is practice. And also there is this thing, CACS, which I'm not doing right now. I have created an account, but I haven't solved any single question. So ignore this for now. But there is this Competitive Programmer's Handbook. This is one of the resources that I'm using, and this is pretty good and straight to the point. So this is what I'm using. And also one more thing, a reference book which you can, so yeah, whenever I see from this or from some other place a concept that I do not know about, then I can go to this thing, Competitive Programmer's Handbook, to look that up. Or there is the amazing book, Introduction to Algorithms. This book, this is amazing. You can get a PDF for this easily. I guess third edition might be the latest. I have a physical copy. And if you go to college, maybe your college must also have a physical copy for this book. And I hope you are still listening. Your college must also have a physical copy for this book. So you can use this as a reference book. And what else? Yeah, there are some other stuff. There is on YouTube, Ericto, a guy named Ericto. You can watch his videos for specific algorithms, bitwise operations, linear search. He also has 3 video series on dynamic programming. And I think the best thing would be for you to read this article. This is what I read, and I came to know about these resources and stuff. You can read this, go through this once or maybe twice, and yeah, that would be nice. You can read this article on Reddit. That is cool. It has a lot of resources. And it has been quite long. Shit. Okay, that is fine. But I want to get this thing right. Why is sieve not working? I still have a lot of battery. I can go. Void sieve. Sieve is not working due to some reason. Primes is still empty. Primes dot pushback x. Yes. How to initialize a bit set with given values like this thing. How to initialize a bit set with ones. Bit set dot set. Okay, okay. Set. My bitset dot set should have worked. My bitset range 8 bitset dot set is prime. Okay, but why was it not working here? Cannot use dot operator on a type because this thing should not have any code. This should only have declarations. I guess that is the thing. So now That is cool. That is cool. I got all the primes, so that is cool. And go back there and change my range to this, and is prime dot set, and cool. And then whenever I see a number, cn limit, it's going to be the number itself, and I will iterate through all the primes till the number does not end, right? Makes sense. So while loop would rule while c greater than 1, what I'm going to do is I also need the current prime. Yes, makes sense. And I equals 0, and what is with I is already being used. X would be nice. X is the index of the prime with which I am dividing. While there is no remainder, when I divide C with the current prime number, it is primes X. If that is the case, then I do map increment that primes value, which is primes X plus plus, and C divided by primes X. And while there is no remainder, which means it is divisible by this prime number, I increase the count of that prime and go below C divide by that prime. That is cool. And also x plus plus, x plus plus after this x plus plus, so that I go to the next prime after I'm out of this while loop. And then I iterate and do this. Let's see. Segmentation fault is cool. It's pretty cool. Okay, why am I faulting? Is it because of this? Is the range too high? Because I did not call the sieve function. Okay, makes sense, makes sense. That is cool. Sieve. Okay, sieve, sieve. Okay, I can use the sieve function to find the primes, which is very cool indeed. Yo, so instead of prime, find SPF, separate factor. What is SPF of that number? It will be logical now. What is SPF? I mean, but this is also cool. The SPF method that you are suggesting might be, I might be finding too many primes, it seems. Shit. Okay, because this makes sense. I can put this here. And put this here, and yep, smallest prime factor. Okay, if I do find the smallest prime factor used to find the factors, isn't this, how would that be more efficient? Okay, if I find the smallest prime factor, how would I find it? To find the smallest prime factor, I would have to iterate from 2 to the first number that is dividing this given number, and then I will divide it. If I am getting your logic correctly, then I would keep dividing this given number by the smallest prime number, and then what I get, I will, what new number that I have, I will find the smallest prime factor for that new number and keep dividing it and incrementing the count for this new number, or time limit might be exceeded. Why am I exceeding time limit? Okay, numbers were very big. I guess all of these are fucking primes. Shit. How many primes are there in this range? Shit. I guess all of these are primes. Shit. If all of them are primes, then I would have to go till the end, which would increase the time complexity quite a bit. I would have 10 power 6 is the largest number that I can get. Used to find the prime factors, every number can be represented in the form of prime x 10. Yeah, yes, they have a fingerprint of prime factors, you could say. So we can map those primes frequency. We can check, we can convert all equal or not. That is what I'm trying to do here. In this, I first of all find all the primes, and this is what I'm doing. But to find this out, that 12 has 2, 2 and 3 as its prime factors, how would you do that efficiently? That is the thing that I'm trying to optimize here. And by optimizing, I mean find all the primes in this given range and then keep dividing it whenever I find a prime which is a factor for the current number, and then keep dividing the current number and incrementing the count for that prime in my whole series. And why did time limit exceeded? Time limit okay, so in the worst case, I take this loop goes on for n times, and then this loop inside loop, this inside the loop goes on. In the worst case, this also goes on for ai times, where ai is the for n times, where n is the largest prime number in the given range, which is horrible. I would like to optimize this somehow. Bro, if you iterate over primes, it will give tie TLE. Yes, it is giving me TLE. Finding factors using SPF, that is the only case, I think. Or you can iterate over the factors of each number, keeping a map. Okay, it is giving me TLE when I'm iterating over primes. So, okay, finding primes using SPF method, and sieve, the smallest prime factor method is also known as sieve. Okay, with SPF, okay, is an efficient technique for finding primes and their factorizations. It involves pre-computing the smallest prime factors for each number up to a given limit, and then using the information to quickly determine the prime factorization of any number within that range. Okay, pre-computing SPF, initializing, create a array SPF smallest prime factor, where SPF I will store the smallest prime factor of I. Initialize SPF I to I for all i's. Okay, there should be something I can do to initialize. Okay, somehow I initialize this SPF array. Okay, and then sieve logic, iterate from 2 to up to the square root of the limit for each number I that hasn't had its SPF updated, meaning this equals to this. Makes sense. Okay, iterate through its multiples j starting from I square and update SPF I to J to I. That makes sense, meaning it hasn't been updated yet. Okay, when I see 2, I will update 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, all of them to point to 2, since 2 is their smallest prime. And then for 3, I will start with 9. The same logic that we were using here. This thing for primes, do this, and instead of pushing them back, we have created an array of this range. Okay, and then find their SPF. Okay, yes, okay, and then finding prime factors. Yes, that is cool. To find the prime factors of number n. Shit. Okay, so for number n within, which is within my range, I can go there and see its smallest prime factor. And once I have divided this given number n by the smallest prime factors as many times as I can, then whatever remains, I will see the smallest prime factor for that number, and then I will keep dividing it, and I will repeat this process, keep factorizing it till I find a number which is its own prime, or I reach n, or I reach 1. Yeah, till I reach 1. That would be nice. Great. That is very cool. Find prime factors of each number. So this is sieve, and it was nice knowing about sieve. Okay, okay, sieve. I can all implement this later. I would need this, and instead of, I can make primes an array of size range, and initially I can make everything equal to 0. Yeah, initially I can make everything equal to 0. It is already 0. I just have to do this. Then instead of C, SPF, smallest prime factor. This method is actually cool. And set all primes to 1, and then range. If it is prime, then do not push back. Start. No, don't push back anything. Yes, turn this thing into false. Make the next thing not prime, and I guess I will call this SPF V, SPF vector. And in this SPF vector, I will do for I equals x, the current prime that I am at, I equals x. So this will go to 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yep, yep, makes sense. And I will also not repeat elements, which is also cool. This is cool. This will fill the array as needed. Okay, and then while I'm inside, for C, I need to find the prime factors for C and add them to the map. While C is greater than 1. Okay. And SM, smallest prime factor, would be SPF V for C. And given this, I have to keep dividing C with this, while no remainder of C divided by SM. I will do C divided by SM and MP C MP SM plus plus. MPSM plus plus, and that should be cool. And after I am done with this, yes, SM will be updated to the new value, and this would keep on going till C is greater than 1. This is cool, but does it work? It might not work. Time limit exceeded. I implemented something wrong. So am I running out after this? D divide and equalize. D 1300. Client plus plus. D divide and equalize. Dot slash out. Yes. Okay, so it is going till high. So time limit exceeded error is somewhere here. I take an input, and while C is greater than 1, and in every iteration, while I'm getting no remainder, when C divided by its smallest prime factor, I am dividing C with its smallest prime factor and incrementing SM by 1. So C is reducing and decreasing and at some point it will become 1. So what is wrong with this? Okay, it does not work. Something is horribly wrong with this. You solved this problem. Yo. Don't use another while loop, bro. No need to make it complicated. One while loop is enough. Inside this, this while loop is still C is greater than 1, and at the end of every division I need to update SM. So that is needed. How would I do it without two while loops? I need to check this, and I also need to update my SM. Okay, well, it is not like more complicated, but I can do this, and at the end SM equals SPFV. See, if this is what you mean. And yeah, wrong answer. That is better, but shit, I'm not getting any error now. It is because of high. Wrong answer for the same ones as before. Actually, I would like to see how this thing is. And 17 SPF, call it with SPFB, and the range will be, let's say, 30 or 10 would be nice. So 2 is shit. Okay, that is wrong. There is something wrong with my implementation. Smallest prime. Okay, I am starting with this, and I equals, okay, I have to give some initial values to these things, which would be SPFV. Smallest prime factor for 0 is 0, and SPFV for 1 is 1, and for 2 SPFV for 2 is 2. because of this, and also shit. Makes sense. Whenever I do see a prime, SBFV for that number is that number. That is much better. 1, 2, 3, 2, 5, 2, 7, 2, 9. That is much better. And therefore, f is prime, then it's PFV for x equals x. And this should be better now. It is better. And I guess that is the reason my double while loop was not working. Here. This should be faster than what I did before. Hopefully. What's your rating? Yo, I plus 1. Why plus 1? Because I mean, that number. Because because of this. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense because I want. But I would also have to change the size of my array in that case. In which case I would like to do plus 1 here if that is what we want, and this should be equivalent. Yep. No, now I can do this. Yeah. Copy everything, paste, submit. Shit. Is it like taking this much time even on test case 1? It took 800 milliseconds. 200 now. 500 in test case 1. Bruh. Runtime error. That is horrible. The first loop, do this in first for loop. For second one is correct. This one when I'm iterating through prime. For second one, I think, but it is now fine for both of them because I have made range plus 1 here. My array is also a little bit bigger, like plus 1 range, and here also range the last prime. Yeah, and I don't even have to go to the last number because that number is directly a multiple of 10, 10 to the power 6. What does runtime error mean? Division by 0 is horrible. There is some mistake in this. C++, yeah. This one was correct, the above one, but this one is not. Set, if it is prime, put it equal to there. And again, I'm not doing this thing for 1. And is that bad? Am I ever finding the thing for 1? Okay, C not equal to 1. And if at any point C becomes equal to 1, then I do not want to do it. Make sense? It has been quite long. You need to check excess less than n in the first loop to make it optimize. I mean, it won't run. It won't run anyways. I am checking it here, right? After initializing I equal to xx square of x, I am checking I with range, so it will not go into this loop, so that is fine. And your while loop is wrong. Let's see. While loop is wrong because x equal to I while x greater than 1. What do you mean by that? And which while loop? I have one in my SPF function and one in my main body function. A couple in my main body function. X equal to 1 while x greater than 1. Do not have x in any of the while loops. While x greater than 1. X equal to I. It's correct now since you placed C. Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. And okay, so what is the thing that you were suggesting I could have done? Yeah, because I do not like this specific thing because I'm checking for C is not equal to 1 every time, which I do not like. And you are saying while x greater than, and x is sm. That makes sense. That makes sense. I can actually remove this whole thing and keep this. Yeah, it does run, of course. And what else can I check for? I can check if sm, yeah, but sm equal to 1 would only be sm equal to 1 would result in an error because I am messed up. In here, I have to do SPFV for 1 equals 1. And if I do this, then I can check in here while SM greater than 1. And this should work. This should work. And if I remove that line, this should give me error. It is not giving me error here, but it will give me error on code forces because SPF1 would be equal to 0. Would be so yeah, yes, shit. Okay, it does make sense because um I will because it would be 0 and 0 is still smaller than 1, therefore I will exit out of the loop. So that's cool. It takes 93 milliseconds. And if I do this, I'm checking two less. Earlier I was checking two conditions, now I'm checking only one. I don't know. I think this might help. This might make it stronger, better. X equal to C. Yeah, it does help a bit from 93 to 77 milliseconds. X equal to C. And I think you are saying X, this thing. Oh, shit, yes, I can check this. While C is not equal to SM, when it is a prime factor of itself. But then I would like to add the thing into the map. Yeah, this is fine. While C is greater than 1, and what was the whole question? Question was this: divide and equalize. For this, I needed to find all the prime factors of all the numbers and keep their count in a map, and then see if their count is divisible. Can I divide all those prime numbers in among all the numbers that have been provided to me? This one was cool. This question was really good because I got to know about sieve. Okay, I will be reading this article after the stream. So I got to know about sieve, what sieve is, and then Durgesh Bhai, he told me about SPF. And sieve is a good way when you want to iterate through prime numbers in a given range, and SPF is a good way if you want to find the prime factorization of a number. That is cool. That is actually cool. That is actually cool. SPF method is very cool to find the prime factors of a number. And it has been 4 hours and 10 minutes. That is quite a long time, and I'm very hungry. I will, I guess, go and eat. And before that, I will do some muscle ups. Yep, I can do 10 muscle ups. That is cool. Bro, can we see ChatGPT in code for what? No, do not use ChatGPT in code forces contest. What is the point? I can also use find primes using SPF. And if you mean I can create an array of all the prime numbers like I was doing in sieve thing, then I guess I can, like, what is the point for that? Sieve method is better, right? For that, if SPF, then it is a prime number. Shit, okay, yes. If the given number is prime or not. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. If SPF for a number is equal to that number itself, that makes sense. Then it is prime. That's cool. And shit, I forgot. You were not able to see the screen. You were just watching me. Yeah. So that would be it for today. And thank you for being